കേൾക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല കേട്ടോ. ഓഡിയോ മ്യൂട്ടഡ് ആണോ?
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, all. We can wait for 5 minutes for others to join also. Okay.
ചോദിക്കട്ടെ. Excuse me. Who's the moderator of this session?
Am I?
Christabel ma'am?
Rajendu, sorry. Hello.
Okay, ma'am. I was just trying to know whether
I was actually traveling from EBC's office. That's why, no? Sorry, I'm so sorry for that.
No, I was wondering whether I'm audible.
Okay.
Okay. Happy to see you, ma'am. Good
Oh,
morning.
thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. So our presenters are joining. So shall we wait for some 5 minutes more?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay,
So,
just.
okay, okay.
Soikuti? Hello, Soikuti?
Good morning to one and all. We, on behalf of the Department of Economics, extended a very warm welcome to the distinguished guests and all participants to the second International Conference on Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economics experienced around the world. Today, with this welcome address, we are entering into the second technical section of Day 1. First of all, I would like to welcome Dr. Ragendu Sige, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Kerala University, who is chairing this session. She is a person who secured third rank in her LLM Administrative Law in Law Academy, Law College, and also he secured NET and JRF in the year 2010. She published 6 research papers and participated in many international and national seminars. With most pleasure and happiness, I, on behalf of the Department of Economics and all other who are gathered here, welcome you, ma'am, to the web conference. Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I have to congratulate the entire team of Economics Department for conducting this international seminar. And I think this is the third or fourth programs of Economics Department. And I am thankful to Christabel ma'am for inviting me. I know her personally, and she's a very wonderful teacher. And first of all, I have to thank Christabel ma'am from the bottom of my heart for inviting me. And to speak, I'm a legal person, as stated. I'm from law department, so not so well versed in economics. But as my PhD topic was in contracts with government, I'm a little bit aware of the economics. I have to go through that area also for my research aspects. So today's this session's topic was correctly dealing with the social issues and social solidarity economics. So when Christopher ma'am called and told me about the topic, I was thinking about the social issues and the relevance of. On the spot, what came to my mind is that almost all the social issues are related with, in one way, that is related with the economics aspects. So the economics is having an important role, or the economic independence is needed for eradicating any kind of social issues from our society. And to speak about the social solidarity economics, what I found is that it is an interdependence between the persons to eradicate for the upliftment of the economic development of the people. And for example, we can see there trade unions, societies, or self-help groups are there for that. But as I'm a legal person, I thought about what is the role of law in this aspect. And for what I found is that Even though in our constitution we have the fundamental rights and directive principles, all these articles inside the constitution and separate laws with the trade union laws, the self-help groups, all these laws are there. We are not able to eradicate the problems arising in the society, and the issues are still there. The gender justice is also the gender justice, even though it is an economic aspect, we can see that the gender issues are also in the gender issues are more as far as the because the women are not having the free economic freedom limited to women as far as man is concerned. And when I go through the papers of or the today's presenting papers, I have seen that there is LGBTs communities where problems are also raised in this social solidarity economic aspects, and it is a new emerging area. And now they are also given reservation and new laws are coming for their upliftment. From this we can see that only the economic independence of a person can improve the individuality or the way of life of a person. So for the eradicating any kind of issues from the society, along with law, as I have can say that law is there, along with law economics independence is needed, which we can say that in our society, even though we are moving forward, we can see that the accumulation of wealth is concentrated only on certain hands, and others are not. So again and again, the rich are becoming more rich, and the poor are becoming more poor. This is the what happening in our society. As a result, the problems in these areas are not curtailed to an extent. Then I looked into and I found that in this globalized world we have moved for a lot from the earlier times, but the companies, when we take the companies and the corporate laws, we can see that they are not concentrating more on the profit making, and the new companies laws they are more focusing on the welfare of the people also. So when we say that a corporate sector or a private company, it is a well or it is a good, we are not looking into the profit what that company is making in the whole year, but we are also looking into the role played by that particular company in the welfare of the people. So that attitude or the change in the attitude of the people is also making a difference in the economic aspects, and the economic sector is also nowadays focusing more into more than the profit making. They are also focusing more into the welfare of the people. With this introduction, I think we can go on and hear from the paper presenters. Srikuti, I think Srikuti is the moderator of this session.
But is having some issues.
Okay, ma'am.
I,
So,
I think the first presenter.
oh, then I can.
Yeah. Of course. Sorry. She has some connectivity issues. It
Okay.
seems. Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay, ma'am. It's okay. We can understand that all these are online programs, so we too have we have to face many problems like this.
The first person.
Imtia, I think, ma'am, Imtiaz and Dr.
Yeah.
Jay.
Kumar. Yeah. So we can
That's
start with the Vidya.
solidarity and survival of sex workers during the pandemic. That is the topic.
Sure.
Ma'am, I am using Abramid's system.
Okay.
So now I would
call
like
the presenters.
may continue. May I continue, ma'am?
Yes, everybody can continue.
Now, I would like to welcome Imtiaz A, MPhil student, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala, and Dr. Jaykumar MS, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala. I invite Imtiaz A to the paper presentation on the topic Solidarity and Survival of Sex Workers During Pandemic, a study in Thiruvananthapuram city, Welcome to the presentation, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, Imtiaz, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, Srikuti, for a warm welcome. Here I am sharing my screen and starting my presentation. Am I visible?
No, Imtiaz, your screen is not visible for me. Yes, now it is visible.
Okay. So we can start. Good morning, all. My topic is the solidarity and survival of sex workers during the pandemic. As we all know, what was the COVID-19 pandemic was, and we are now following and focusing on its hardships and in every area of and every phenomena of our society. And here we can go through an overview. The sex workers are the adults who receive money or goods in exchange for consensual sexual services or erotic performances either regularly or occasionally. The study gains relevance in identifying various issues faced by sex workers, being a group of workers who are marginalized in society. Sex workers need attention and legal social protection. The research design is exploratory, case study method in nature, and the sampling method used here is novel sampling. The universe, the sex workers of the Trivandrum district constitute the universe. The aim is to find out the struggles and survival strategies of sex workers during the pandemic, to understand the changes that happened in their working life during the COVID-19 pandemic period. As we all know, a famous person, Melissa Farley, once said in her book, Prostitution in Vancouver and the Colonization of First Nations Women, she said that within the gendered institution of prostitution or sex work, race and class create a hierarchy and with indigenous women in its lowest point. As we all know, the society and the so-called male chauvinist patriarchal society all are excluding and setting aside the sex working community as a bad or negative manner, but also they are all, seeking the sexual satisfaction and sexual needs in one way or another. The sex workers are adults who receive money or goods in exchange for consensual sexual services or erotic performances, as I said before. Prostitution, on the other hand, has connotations of criminality and immorality. Most of the individuals who sell sexual services prefer the word sex worker and not prostitution. The sex worker, the word defines itself as a moral, it as a work, as a profession. The majority of sex workers struggle with poverty and destitution and have few other options for work. Others find that sex work offers better pay and more flexible working conditions and environments than other jobs. And some pursue sex work to express their sexuality, including the transgenders, like that. The criminalization of sex work compromises sex workers' health and safety by driving sex work underground. Criminalization includes everything from criminalizing the scale and purchase of sexual services to blanket prohibitions on the management of sex workers. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, sex workers all over the world are experiencing hardship, a total loss of income, increased discrimination, and harassment. Here, the researcher shows from a pilot study, found that the researcher found that the most sex workers have stopped working during the COVID-19 pandemic and they faced many clients and some of them were tested COVID positive and dead. The fear of getting affected and the lockdowns and the pandemic fear all affected their work and daily livelihood earning methods. We can relate the theory of deprivation, the situation of the sex workers during this condition. The theory of relative deprivation means that the lack of resources to sustain the food, lifestyle, and activities and amenities that a person or a group are accustomed to or that broadly approved in the society to which they belong. The concept of relative deprivation is also linked to poverty, insecurity, and also social exclusion. The sex workers are more socially excluded criteria in the society and they seek more attention from the social individuals and the communities and the authoritarian levels. That's a very important social group being our society. Social scientists have argued that the relative deprivation in economic wealth and sustainability are more important than absolute deprivation, and it is more relevant in determining the quality of a person's livelihood. The exact form of relative deprivation in relative poverty, the relative poverty measure is not that the poverty is under some relative poverty line. as the households can earn less than 20% of the median income. It's just a definition of the relative deprivation. When in our topic, from this research, the findings that interpretations show that the pandemic situation made a drastic change in the lives of the sex workers, and they have met their unemployment and lack of basic resources to get on with their way of living. This paved a way of poverty and economic crisis. The struggle and survival of sex work during the community move forward with the collective effort and group work. Here we can put the solidarity and the social cooperation and the cooperative collective effort to overcome the hazardous situation that the pandemic made. We can relate it with the social solidarity. The concept of social solidarity here, we can use it. The word solidarity means the unity or agreement of feeling or action, especially among individuals with a common interest, mutual support within a group. When it comes to the theoretical frame in sociology, there are mainly two types of solidarity as mechanical and organic solidarity. And the two types of social solidarity formulated by Emile Durkheim in his famous book Division of Labor in Society, 1893. Related to this theory, the type of solidarity will correlate with the society, either mechanical or organic solidarity. When it comes to our topic, when we take it a look into the area of sex work and sex workers on the frame of solidarity, we can see several aspects that show the unity and rapport is there among the sex workers, which is said to constitute it as occupational solidarity. The term is used to refer to all those in all areas of the sex industry, including those who provide direct sexual services, as well as the staff of such industries, sometimes referred to as the world's oldest profession in European societies. Then we can directly go to the struggles that faced by the sex workers during the pandemic situation and the lockdown situation, and the survival measures that they have chosen to overcome the hazardous situation that have faced. At this point, the unity, or we can call it as solidarity, arises. When the COVID situation came first, like the other individuals, they were also panicked and had been worried about the livelihood measures and earnings. Then they gathered some of the group members and started to make masks, lotions, and hygienic soaps and sold them in the street to earn income instead of selling their bodies. They didn't get enough money like the old days through this enterprise, but they continued the way of business and started to overcome the situation created by the COVID-19 pandemic. They have started some small-scale microfinancial schemes like chit funds, and not a broad established system like the others, but even though they have made it profitable and well-functioning. Small-scale savings, their investments, and their transaction were held within the small economic system, and they have made. Then they made a register to encode the details and remittance of 1 in 3 or 4 days. They organized meetings and calculated proceedings from their microfinancing enterprise. The important fact that the pandemic situation has been made the physical contact and intercourse between human beings vulnerable. The work sex work is merely related with the physical contact with the human beings. Basically, the sex work stays on the physical interaction and contact between individuals. The fear about the spreading of disease has made it impossible. That time, some of the sex workers derived the method of providing virtual sexual services to the customers they had. The concept of virtual sexual services has already here in our society for a long time, but even this time, during this pandemic time, as we are all conducting seminars and webinars, the sex workers also started to conduct selling their sexual services through online mode, virtual sexual services. They have operated this mode of business through online platforms such as WhatsApp, Skype, and Zoom using smartphones and laptops. They charge the amount of the service based on the period and types of services. One respondent revealed that during the study, she started virtual sexual services even before the pandemic happens, only for her closed customer circle. But when the pandemic came, she started it as a primary source of income and charged twice the amount that she earned before. And there is a problem that happens to the sex workers amongst them. There are a lot of division and disparities. The important thing is the digital divide among sex workers becomes important in this area. Only a small percentage of sex workers are having the digital facilities and availabilities to provide digital sexual services. As we all know, there are certain differences and disparities among the sexual workers communities. The first one, we are seeing that the street-based sex workers who happen to be there in bus stands, railway stations, and the people gathering sports, and they are meeting their clients face to face and some kind of street-based sex workers. Then come the secondary forms of sex workers, which operating and working, uh, renting homes and lodges and even hotels, something like that. Then comes the third and apex level of sex working community, which operates their mode of service only pubs, clubs, and huge parties, something richer than the others. So there has also been a digital divide amongst them. Not every sex workers cannot access the digital services and Android platform. They're also using some feature phone and phone calling services like that. The digital divide among sex work is a major and important thing to notice. Then we can go to the findings. Based on the study, the following findings are drawn. Despite a lot of insecurities and problems, the COVID-19 pandemic situation has made the condition of sex workers even problematic than before. The lockdowns, fear of getting infected, strict police patrolling, and pandemic law enforcement were made their work life miserable. They have gone through economic crisis and joblessness due to the pandemic, and they borrowed money and food materials from friends and neighbors to sustain and go forward. That has led to indebtedness and an economic crisis. Most of the sex workers are working as a group. That is the main difference between street-based sex workers and lodge-based sex workers. They have collectiveness and unity within them. In the pandemic crisis, also they helped each other and worked cooperatively to overcome the situation. Here is the social solidarity concept arrives. As observed in the study, the sex workers implemented necessary steps such as mask making, lotion making, and financial investment. As I said before, they have tried to overcome the financial crisis and debts that happened by the pandemic. And the study shows that they have achieved the aim. They didn't get much higher profit as they got through sex work, but even though they went through hazardous situations and they overcome it with collective effort and solidarity. The mode of virtual or digital sexual service through online platform and phone sex were grown high in the period of the pandemic. The findings show that there is a digital divide among sex workers based on providing virtual sexual services or digital. Not every case of them has access to Android smartphones or laptops or any other kind of digital equipment that helped them through. Then we can go through the little conclusion. Sex workers are facing many problems day by day, as we all know. The pandemic situation made their life more complicated and problematic. Their unity and collective work made their situation much easier. They survived the hazardous situation through cooperative effort and group work. The small scale production units, financial services, microfinancing enterprises like chit funds, and some of the main strategies that they have chosen to overcome the situation. They have started to make and sell face masks and sanitary lotions to earn their livelihood measures. Some of them have chosen virtual sexual services through online platform. Also, they have started to think to set aside sex work and to develop and continue with the small scale earning methods, and they have attempted during the pandemic period of living. Thank you, one and all, patiently hearing my presentation. Thank you. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, Imtiaz. Sri, should I give the feedback right now or at the end of the session I have to give the feedback?
Ma'am, you can say the feedback.
Okay, okay. So, Imtiaz, it was a nice paper. I saw yesterday when I saw the title also, I was wondering how this paper will be going. Because it is a tough area, an area which is difficult for us to collect the data. That is it is related to sex workers. So they are people who are reluctant to open their mind. So hats off to that for collecting the evidences and materials on the basis of this topic. Imtiaz, are you hearing? Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm
Oh,
hearing.
okay. And from your suggestions, from the paper, I understood that there exists a difference between inside the sex workers also there exists a difference. That is the people who are I think it is based on the wealth. Some may be earning more, and some may not be as much. And those who are earning more are able to continue their activities through the online mode or like that. At the same time, the downtrodden groups are there. They are the vulnerable group. From your paper, what I understood is that they are the most vulnerable group who faced a lot of problems during this pandemic situation. But it is from your people, what a positive side.
Ragendu, do you have any issues?
Hello,
Ragendu?
ma'am.
Amithas, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, ma'am.
Ragendu is having some issues, no?
Yeah, I thought that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, she joined the back. Yeah. Welcome back, madam.
Ma'am, here the
It's okay.
talk.
It's okay.
Oh, okay, ma'am.
No issues, no issues. It happens, no issues. Thank you for joining back.
Sorry for the interruption. I was talking about the small scale efforts taken by the sex workers during this pandemic situation. If we are able to support them, that is.
Ma'am,
Am I audible? Okay.
Yeah, ma'am, audible.
The,
I can hear.
we know that all these women who are going into this sexual activities as sex workers are not with an intention to as they want to be. It is because of their economic crisis or all the poverty or joblessness which leads these women into this situation. So as they together as they formed the small scale groups, if we the community and the government is able to help them to continue with that, at least to an extent we can help them out, which is a welcoming step and a positive. But we can see that when all these things will be over, the society will be dragging them again into this what this pitiable situation. This is what happening. That is why from again and again they are coming into this activities. So it was a nice paper, Imtiaz, and you have thought in a different way. And thanks for that. And it was a nice.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So see, Kuti, can we go to this next?
Uh, Thank you, sir, for providing us an insight into the lives of sex workers in our area. This was an informative section. So now I invite Shireen Bula L. Jos, Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, and also I would like to welcome Dr. Prasad A.K., Professor and Director of School of Social Science, University of Kerala. He was the former head of the department. He was the former head of the Department of Care. He was the former head of the department and published many articles in recognized journals. He was participated in many international and national seminars and presented various research papers. I like to welcome uh, Sharina Beulah L. Jos to present the paper on land alienation among tribals in Kerala. Welcome you, ma'am.
Rights can be defined as a common name, speaking a common dialect, occupying a common territory, and some features it might have been so. Scheduled tribes in India are generally considered to be Adivasis, meaning indigenous people or original inhabitants. Representation of scheduled tribes in Kerala is seen in Wayanad district, followed by Idukki and Palakkad district. The tribals in Kerala are not only geographically concentrated but are overwhelmingly rural. The celebrated Kerala model of development has much stage for the section of Kerala. Extreme levels of poverty, deprivation and vulnerability, high level education, extremely low level and poverty for human development, low levels of literacy and access to healthcare, rapid alienation of assets like land, alarming depletion of social capital, weak delivery system of public services, etc. are the problems faced by the tribal communities in Kerala. Tribals have been largely left out of the gains of the Android Kerala model of development. According to Kunnaman, systematic marginalization of the subaltern section has been abolished on the Kerala model. Causes of land division. Lack of legislation to prevent the passing of tribal lands into the lands of non-tribals has added tribal unrest. Due to some loopholes in the existing system of law, the tribal land continued to be alienated to non-tribals for their own exclusive uses. The state government also occupied tribal land for industry, irrigation, mining, and other projects. As a result, the tribals have to their rights to the land. Usually for non-productive purposes, mostly to meet day-to-day expenditures. The forward communities have incurred development for farm purposes. The level of indebtedness is more among the forward communities. Borrowing as the main source of meeting hospital expenditure of high percentage of tribal population. Problems of land alienation. Of land is serious by the tribes. Land is a tangible asset of a tribal community. Then 90% of them depend on agricultural activities. Number of tribal is vast and several reasons can be attributed to this phenomenon. Scheduled tribes largely depend upon non-tribals to meet their credit requirements. The socio-economic survey of tribals reveals that tribals alienate their land mainly for meeting their domestic expenses and for clearing their past debts.
Excuse me, Sharon.
The main cause
Could you
of
please
land
check up the
alienation
PPT? It's not visible.
The main causes of land alienation and landless among the tribals are poor economic conditions, drinking, urbanization, industrialization, lack of land records, inefficiency, etc. Has given rise to several allied problems among the tribals, increased poverty among the tribals, decreased location of employment, division of exploitation of tribal land and tribal land, tribals, developing extremism and activism in India. Laws and water problem in tribal areas or in the Kerala Land Reforms Act 1963.
Serene, you are not much audible to me. I think this is a problem for me or for others also.
Yes, it is not audible. Cheryl, can you listen to us?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh, are you sitting in the department? Do you have any network issues?
Yes, ma'am.
Ashwin is there.
Ah.
Ashwin, can you help her? Can you remove that? Okay.
Ma'am, there is some connectivity issue there. We'll rectify it soon.
Okay, Gayatri.
With the enactment of Kerala Land Reforms Act, the non-tribal communities were invaded by on the land. They exploited the Adivasis more and spiritically than their former rivals, British and law. The new masters of the government bypassed land only. In fact, it was the apathetic attitude despite the war that made the issue more complicated. Thus, the Adivasi issues in Kerala presents government remained indifferent. Adivasis have from time to time tried to assert their land rights, but were brutally crushed by unleashing the state violence as in Chengare and Panavalli, Mutanga and Chengara. Among the few states that have been achieved land reforms in India, Kerala has been rated very high. However, it is equally true that land reforms. Land alienation started in 1915. In the meantime, the tribals acknowledged the fact that mobilization without the
Hello, Ashwin. Hello, Mone. Ashwin.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am.
Can you move to the next person there so that she can speak later? We will finish. Ashwin. Shireen, can we move to the next person so that you can speak later? That it is not clear. You are not at all audible. Okay, so we are moving to the next person. Okay, so you try to sit in some other place and try to get the network. Fine. Can we move to the next person?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry for this interruption.
It's okay. It's okay. You be comfortable. No issues.
Okay, ma'am.
Can you move
Yes,
to
ma'am.
the next person?
Okay. Next, I would like to welcome Seena VS, MCOM student, Department of Commerce, University of Kerala, for presenting on the topic Right versus Social Justice, Role of SSEM, LGBTIQ plus communities. Welcome you to the presentation.
You are not audible, Sina.
It's not audible.
Am I audible now?
Feeble, but not clear, Sina. It is not clear.
What about now, ma'am? Is it audible?
Oh, okay. Now I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Srikuti, for the warm welcome. Respected chairperson and all other dignitaries, other participants, a very good morning to all. I'm very happy and privileged to be a part of the second international conference on cooperatives, mutually so that economy conducted by Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Before going to the presentation, I would like to thank Christopher ma'am and all other for giving me these wonderful opportunities. Okay, now I'm going to share the presentation. Okay, is it visible?
Yes.
Okay, the topic is right versus social justice, role of SSC among LGBTQ community. LGBTQ community. It is a closely defined grouping of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, LGBT organization and subculture. It includes LGBTQ right organization, LGBT employees group at companies, LGBT student group in schools, universities, and etc. They organize themselves into our support for civil rights promoting LGBT rights in various places. As we all know, even in this century, this community faces a lot of problems. Let's see what are the problems faced by them. As I mentioned here, these are some of the problems faced by the LGBTQ community. Lack of acceptance and recognition, discrimination and harassment, homophobia, conditioning of society, problems in workplaces, etc. LGBTQ community considered as a member of social minority group. Lack of acceptance and recognition results people to the inability to fulfill their rights as a citizen. They face job instability, high turnover in their workplaces also. This is mainly because of the moral, political, and religious beliefs of the society. This is due to homophobia. Our society is conditioned to believe that heterosexuals are the normal. Even they think homosexual is a diseases which have to be cured. Moving to the next slide, rights of LGBTQ community. Even though we are not willing to accept this community, there is so many rights prevail in our country. Take a look on what are the rights of LGBTQ community. It includes gender identity. Gender identity is the personal sense of one's own gender, which means homosexuality is a part of human sexuality. They have the right to live in dignity and free of discrimination. Article 15 of the Constitution prohibits discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity. In our country, transgender people are allowed to change their legal gender and have a constitutional right to register themselves under a third gender. Some states protect hijras. Hijra means as a group of community of intersex or asexual or transgender people. So, some state protects hijras through house programming, welfare benefits, etc. In case of a recognition of a relationship, there is legal protection is not provided. It is under consideration. The same-sex couples is not offered rights such as a civil union or domestic partnership. In 2011, Haryana court granted legal recognition to same-sex marriage of two women. On 12th June 2020, Uttarakhand High Court acknowledged same-sex marriage may not be legal and live-in relationships are protected by law. But in case of Delhi High Court, the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta affirmed that same-sex marriage is against Indian culture. So there is a lot of confusion and debates are going on the recognition of relationship of LGBTQ community. In case of adoption, adoption by single LGBT people is recognized, but not by same-sex couples. There are also other acts and rights prevail in India for the betterment of LGBTQ community. They are Transgender Persons Protection of Right Act 2019. This had the basic idea of discrimination against transgender people in employment, healthcare, and all other sectors. LGBT activities are encouraging people who have faced discrimination because of their sexual orientation. Also, discrimination, bullying, ragging, targeted at a student on the ground of their sexual orientation or gender identity is prohibited under UGC. I'm adding one more point. Tamil Nadu and Kerala were the first Indian state to introduce transgender policy. Moving to the next slide, social justice. What is social justice? Social justice is all about working towards more equal society. The main vision or objective of this is human rights and equality. It is a concept of realization of a world where all members of society have basic human rights and equal access to the benefits of the society. Social and solidarity economy. Social and solidarity economy is a viable solution to rebalancing economic, social, and environmental objectives. Democratic nature of government is a decision-making process is one of the main principles of SSC. Humanism, democracy, integrity, solidarity, sustainable development, etc. are the core values in social and solidarity economy. Equality, equity, and justice for all is the motto. Principle of cooperation, principle of non-profit making, principle of environmental sustainability, etc. are the principles came under the uh, heading of solidarity economy. Moving to the next slide. How SSC tool, that means a solidarity economy tool, impacts on LGBTQ community. It matters because it is a key to ending poverty um, and building a shared prosperity. Discrimination and bullying leads LGBTQ people to lose their education and which leads to unemployment. So, teaming up with policy, civil society organization and other development firms work to advance LGBT inclusion is the agenda. Now, we have to look some case studies. There are so many case studies available. Due to the lack of time, I took two. The first one is Sukhnit Kaur, a third year student from St. Xavier's College, Mumbai, conducted a survey, and even today she got received calls and mails that the discrimination faced by the students in schools and universities. The second one is Navdeep Singh Jar versus Union of India. This is one of the famous case study which I found. It implies that the Supreme Court 2018 decriminalized all consensual sex among adults, including homosexual sex. Before that, Section 377 of Indian Penal Code criminalized homosexual act as an unnatural offense. Criminalizing all anal sex and oral sex is including between opposite couples also treated as there is treated as not normal. So on 6th September 2018, the government unanimously declared the law is unconstitutional. Take a look at how the LGBT community living in our society. Even though we are not give that proper acceptance, they they make groups and they found happiness and peace and they're socializing in their own community. They form group. There are many avenues for the LGBT community in metro cities for meeting and socializing. These include Gay Bombay, Good As You, Harmless Hugs, Orinam, Curala, etc. Recently, a dating platform called Amorcune Dating was launched to help LGBT people to find their long-term partners. So, I would like to conclude and I want to convey the message that social solidarity economy refers to a wide range of economic activities that aim to prioritize social profitability instead of pure financial profits. Social justice means the justice in terms of the distribution of wealth, opportunities, and privileges within a society. Human rights, equality, fair and outstanding participation became the vital part in social justice. Here, the main goal of the economic activity is service or welfare of people, especially to the unprivileged. Well-being and growth of society is more important rather than the profit maximization. LGBTQ people are citizens who have equal rights, so social justice is their right. Design policies to ensure the social justice to LGBTQ marriage, adoption cases, etc. The vision of this is to leave the LGBTQ people with dignity, safety, opportunity, and free of discrimination. SSA tools like public education and advocacy increase security, psychological needs, and social avoidance of socio-economic inequality, job instability, etc. will help them. I would like to conclude that we have uh, we have to accept the LGBT community, give them political support, give reservation or something like that, uh, put forward them into the mainstream, give social support like providing education, social capital, help them to improve their current status, provide economic support, and understand that well, they are also our human beings. So help them. Let's take hands together for the betterment of our society, for them as well as us. Thank you.
Okay. So, Sina, uh,
Hi,
I'm
ma'am.
a okay. See now, first of all, what I have to say is that it is a well crafted paper. Congrats for that. You have crafted the paper in a nice manner that we all the points, almost all the points relating to LGBT communities are incorporated in this paper. So it was a nice work. And to speak about this topic, last month I had a seminar where I spoke about this LGBT, just relating to the LGBT community. So there also what you stated about the Transgenders Act 2019, isn't it, Sina? But whenever or as I'm a law teacher, I can say that we have this Act of 2019. The first and foremost loophole of that act is that there the transgender. If I want to say that what is my gender identity, I have to get a certificate from a doctor. This is not this is the situation in our country. At the same time, in foreign countries, this is not the situation. A person can say that this is I am an LGBT or I am a transgender, or that the person can itself certify. So that is the first and foremost loophole of that act. Likewise, so many loopholes are there, and the legal persons are trying to eradicate all these points, and we will be eradicating all this. But as far as the LGBT community in our state is concerned, we can be proud because they have moved far better than the other states. Because and how that in our state, how this LGBT community was able to move forward, we can say that it is because of their unity. Because the LGBT community is correctly working as a solidarity community, we can say that they are helping each other in almost all the ways, and they are giving a hand to each other, and as a result, and they are also raising their problems to that they are able to bring it in front of the government, and they are also getting the eradications of their problems also. So as a unity, they have moved a far friendly than the other LGBT communities in the other states. And this week itself, I think in one day, we have seen a press report that is the LGBT communities are included in our police force also. This is also a welcoming step. All these are happening in our society. It is because of their unity or their activities they are taking jointly, we have to say that. And from the past years, we can see that they have moved far friendly. That is, we can see that recently Padma Bhushan was awarded, and the Miss Universe transgender was won by from our country. All these shows that the approach to the transgender community from in our country is changing. But then also there are problems, but as from the past, when we are comparing to the present, we can say that now we are to an extent in a positive attitude, and if we are continuing with this, they will be considered as they will be accepted by the social acceptance, which is lacking to an extent. But that is also, in a way, we are accepting them. Nowadays, when we see a transgender, we are not surprised. Oh, who is she? Or what is this? We don't get so much surprise like the earlier times. We are trying to accept them. And you brought so many law points also. I'm happy for that. So I was able to relate to that points. And it was a nice work, yeah. Keep it up.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for patiently listening me.
Thank you, Sina VS, for your informative presentation, and also Renuka ma'am. Now, I'm welcome Sharina Beulah L. Jos for her presentation continuing.
Good morning. I'm going to present. Good morning. I'm going to present a paper on land alienation among tribals in Kerala. Tribe can be defined as a collection of families bearing a common name, speaking a common dialect, occupying common territory, and not usually endogamous, though originally it might have been so. Scheduled tribes in India are generally considered to be Adivasis, meaning indigenous people or original inhabitants of the country. Highest concentration of scheduled tribes in Kerala is seen in Wayanad district, followed by Idukki and Palakkad. The tribes in Kerala are not only geographically concentrated but are overwhelmingly rural. The celebrated Kerala model of development has not made much change for the socio-economic life of marginalized sections of Kerala. Extreme levels of poverty, deprivation and vulnerability, high levels of exclusion, extremely low levels of empowerment, poor human development with low levels of literacy and access to health care, rapid alienation of assets like land, alarming depletion of social capital, weak delivery system of public services, etc. are the problems faced by the tribal communities in Kerala. Tribals have been largely left out of the gains of earned Kerala model of development. According to Kunyamin, the systematic marginalization of the subaltern sections has been evolved on the Kerala model. Causes of land alienation. Lack of legislation to prevent the passing of tribal land into the hands of non-tribals has added tribal unrest. Due to some loopholes in the existing system of law, the tribal land continues to be alienated to non-tribals for their own exclusive uses. The state government also acquired tribal land for industrial, irrigation, power, mining, and other projects. As a result, the tribals have been deprived of the rights over the land. The backward communities incur debt almost entirely for non-productive purposes, mostly to meet their day-to-day expenditures. The forward communities have incurred debt mainly for farm purposes. The level of indebtedness is more among them than backward communities. Borrowing is a main source of meeting hospital expenditure of high percentage of tribal population. Problem of land alienation. Alienation of land is a serious problem faced by the scheduled tribes. Land is the only tangible asset of a tribal community. More than 90% of them are depend on agriculture and allied activities. The number of landless tribals has increased during the last decade, and several reasons can be attributed to the phenomenon. Scheduled tribes largely depend upon non-tribals to meet their credit requirements. Socio-economic survey of tribals reveals tribals alienate their lands mainly for meeting domestic expenses and landless and were reduced to the status of agricultural laborers. The result in the total derailment of their life. After the enactment of
Sherin is not audible to me.
the new masters and the government bypassed the Dalit and advised the laborers by focusing on giving land rights to the tenants only. In fact, it was the apathic attitude displayed by successive governments that made the issues more complicated. Thus, the Adivasi issue in Kerala presents a dismal picture. As the government remained indifferent, Adivasis has from time to time tried to assert their land rights but were brutally crushed by unleashing the state violence at the Mutanya and Chennara. Among the few states that have achieved land reforms in India, Kerala has been rated behind. However, it is equally true that Kerala did not achieve complete success in land reforms. Land alienation started in early 1950s. In the meantime, the tribal acknowledged the fact that mobilization without any individual interest and ideological axis can successfully address their real unrest in front of others. Therefore, when analyzing the recent history of tribal unrest in the past 100 years, over 1 million acres of lands are believed to have been grabbed from Kerala's tribal population. Their long agitation to regain the forests and lands where their ancestors have lived for generations was intensified after the starvation death of 32 tribals in July-August 2001. And the struggle is just about beginning to pay off a scheme that would benefit hundreds of tribal families. The Kerala government is giving away surplus land to landless tribals, 400 tribals in a decade. And Kerala's large districts have been promised between 1 and 5 acres of land per family, but that is just a beginning. For the last 100 years, over 1 million acres of lands were believed to have been grabbed from Kerala's tribal population. The government believes the free land will enable to tribals to sustain themselves instead of relying on state support. However, to benefit nearly 15,000 landless tribal families, Kerala needs over 1 lakh acres of surplus land, which it says it doesn't have. Moreover, there is no reliable and complete information on the number of tribals displaced in the country since independence. Conclusion. Despite government initiatives and developmental projects, the existing socioeconomic profile of tribals is low compared to the mainstream population. All forms of social exclusion and a high degree of deprivation are the major problems faced by the tribal communities. The actions of successive governments in Kerala unfortunately failed to solve the tribal issues properly. These groups have very limited capability to act as strong pressure groups in Kerala politics because of the poor organizational strength and bargaining power. Consequent to this, the political bodies seldom take care of their concerns. Therefore, the government should take the step to devise developmental activities in all areas and ensure that the Adivasis have full and complete control over their lands and its produce. Thank you.
Sarin, first of all, I have to say that you are not audible for me in some areas, but from what I heard and understood, I will give my feedback. What you stated in the paper is true. I do agree with that. We are also used to speak about this one, the tribal people, because they are and the land alienation among the tribals is your paper. And in your paper, you stated that the tribals, whenever they get the property, they used to sell this land for their livelihood. That is the true cause. That is the main reason there was a lot of agitation happened in this area in the former years also, because the government was reluctant to grant them the property without any condition. Why the government took that step was that because if the properties were given to them within 2 or 3 years, we can see what we saw is that these properties are handed over to some other persons. So the forest areas are coming into the wrong hands. That's why the government tried to cut land. Uh, Point. Am I audible, Sari? Can you hear
Ah,
me?
yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
yeah, yeah. In your conclusion part, you stated about the political aspects, but what I see is that because we are also from the legal side, we are also looking into this area. We the thing is that there are certain laws and there are many things and there are many policies, rules and regulations are there put forward by the government for the upliftment of the tribals. But we can see that they are remaining in paper. So there is first of the two bring them forward. What is needed is, from my side, what I think is that first of all, they must know about their rights. We have to make them aware what are their rights and what are the things available for them in society. So they don't have awareness. Social side, we have to make that among them. On the other than administration, administration side, the administration side is lacking because the administrators or the executives who are coming in the top of the tribal welfare people, they are not looking into the matter seriously. As a result, the what the rules, the regulations, and the policies and other helps which are given to from the government, which are given to the tribal people, are not reaching their hands. So that's why that is the reason they are still remaining in the position from there started, and they are not having any, even though there are many legal provisions and protections, they are not coming forward. Anyway, it was a good paper. I think you are doing. Is this your research paper, Sari?
Related to research, not this area, but to socio-economic research.
So,
Okay.
but I'm also, but because of the network issue, you are not audible to me to an extent. Anyway,
Okay.
you tried
Okay.
your best. All the best. All.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think all the papers are over. Sri. കുട്ടി
Yes, ma'am. There is one more paper presentation. Okay. Uh, Thank you, Sharina. Yes. Now we are moving to the last presentation in this session, and the presentation is undertaken by Albert Raju, second MA Economics student, University of Kerala, on the topic Issues in Tech Labor Market, Valuability of uh, Solidarity Solutions. I would like to welcome Albert Raju to the presentation.
Good morning, all. Am I audible?
Yes.
Good morning to all. The title of my paper is Issues in Tech Labor Market, Viability of Some Solidarity Solutions. And when we are moving into technology, technology can be regarded as the driving force behind the evolution of world from ancient times to current generation of fourth industrial revolution. We all know that humans thirst to solve problems, innovative minds, creative minds, and his knowledge and skill all lead to the advancements in the technological field. And it leads, as time flies, it leads to a business. It leads to a model of a business which is used for profit making using the different factors of production, including labor. So there is a deep understanding between both the sectors, technology and human labor. So I'm going to present a paper on this topic of issues related to the tech labor market and some solidarity solutions with regard to that. The objective of the paper is to analyze some of the problems that are affecting the tech labor market and also to put forward some solutions to the problems from the perspectives of solidarity. Moving to literature review, the issues faced by workers in tech labor market are addressed in studies. Some of the studies held in 2011. It's called Labor Market Institutions and Technological Employment by Arnaud Cheron, Francois Langet, and Eva Morona Galbis. And some other studies are the labor market in new information economy by Richard B. Freeman, and the prospects for trade unions and labor organization in India's IT and IT's industries by Andrew Stevens and Vincent Marco. This all addresses about the issues of labor market. And then also related to that, World Development Report in 2019 and the reports by ILO provides insights about the issues need to be considered in the future of work, which is to be one of the provides security, equality, and prosperity. The tech labor market, as we all know, that it's one of the biggest labor market, which comprises of 55.3 million people working in technological market, undertaking different jobs, manufacturing, telecommunications, and internet services, software publishing, and many others. And there are a large service sectors that are dependent upon these things. The IT professionals are range tens to thousands of US dollars as a salary. It is workers is one of the most in demand labors of today's labor force. And as an example of in the case of India, we can see that the importance of tech labor market, that it provides jobs for about 4.36 million workers, and it comprises of 8% of the GDP of the Indian labor market. In order to say that the tech industry always comes in the capitalistic form that are run by private firms, so they are profit motive. So there are some issues between the factors of production like labor. So in this uh, now we are moving to the different issues in tech labor market. These are some headlines that are published in the newspapers and reports about some of the issues in the tech labor market, about firing, in the unemployment rate due to automation, and the IT industries relation with women, and also the effects of COVID-19 on the IT industry. The first problem, that issue related to the high workload, that is mostly the IT industries are related with the deadline, that it adds stress to the people, and then on average a tech worker in India works about 50 to 60 hours per week. And there is a due to the fast updation in the IT sector, there is skill gaps are producing. Globally, IT skill gaps have increased by 155 percentage in 3 years due to automation, cloud computing, etc. So thus the lack of necessary skills can be credited for an increased employee stress, development and deployment delays, and increased working time and resources. High attribution rate. The tech industry turnover rate stands at 13.2 and is higher than in any other business sector. It may be due to firing or unfriendly working environments. The average tenure of an employee with various firms are, in case of Uber, it's 1.8 years, Dropbox 2.1 years, and Tesla 2.1 years. These are some examples for high employment attrition rate. In digital transformation, due to the technological changes very high that it's outpacing the training, it leads to workers to fail to keep up with the transforming technologies of the modern era. The hiring, the most of the IT professional IT companies are looking for the most skilled and talented brains from the different parts of the world. So the education curriculum to be meet the industry demands. So the resource and time availability is less in the case of ongoing professionals. The automation. Automation reduces the jobs of a large number of workers who are currently employing in low skilled fields. The Bank of America asserts that up to 3 million people would find themselves unemployed as a result of automation, while NASCOM asserts that only 1.4 million employed in the low skill segment will be affected. Layoffs. According to the survey by the Blind, nearly a third of technologists are worried about layoffs of their at the company. At firms such as IBM, majority 70% are concerned about pink slips. In the case of PayPal, it's 86%, and Dropbox, it's 69%. Short-term works. Now, most of the companies are providing short-term contracts to the employees so that they are hired for a specific purpose only. So that leads to a gig economy. Then gender discrimination. As study shows that women held only 25% of job techs in tech. There's a huge inequality in the case of working in tech industry that is paid less than their male counterparts. They passed over promotions. They are pushed towards non-technical role. The COVID times increased the intensity of discrimination in the technological sector too. Discrimination on the basis of age and lack of labor organizations, less government intervention, also issues faced by the tech labor market. The mostly affected sections are women, laborers having low skills, and laborers having higher age. Then, in some solutions from the solidarity perspective, the ILO's mandate of social justice come to life, and its commitment to promoting, disseminating, and mainstreaming the social and solidarity economy because of utmost relevance. In 2008, ILO Declaration on Social Justice for Fair Globalization states that in a globalized world, productive, profitable, and sustainable enterprises, together with a strong social economy and viable public sector, are critical to the sustainable economic development and employment opportunities. Solidarity issues provide solutions to different problems. In the first one is labor organizations. Technological sector employs large number of employees on a different spectrum, which includes full-time employees, temporary employees, vendors, and contractors. So tech laborers are regarded as innovative workers who need a collective effort of this organization can make a significant changes in the tech labor market. Some of them are to make working conditions inclusive and fair. They can make workers, regardless of employment status, to enjoy some benefits, to ensure freedom to decline to work on projects that don't align with their values. In order to perpetrators of harassment, abuse, discriminating, and reclamation are need to be accountable. Social and economic justice are paramount to achieving just outcomes to prioritize the needs of the worst off. It can function as voice for the employees where they care for and support each other. To prioritize society and environment instead of maximizing profits of all costs. To helps in making money without doing evil, to provide solidarity with workers and advocates everywhere who are fighting in their marketplaces more just and demanding that tech industry refuse to maintain infrastructure of oppression. Some of the examples of labor organizations that used to work in a collective effort to the welfare of the laborers in the tech market are the Alphabet Workers Union, it's the workers union in Google, and unites and young professional collectives. The government can play a great role in the labor welfare as government provides most subsidies and all benefits to the tech industry, mostly to the companies. They are not providing such facilities mostly to the laborers. And there are some of the ways which government can collectively interfere in the functioning of the tech labor market are: government can provide schemes for improvement of human capital. They can produce policies politically in labor market and can bring effective bureaucracy in that sector. Government can introduce specific bodies which observes the practice of labor laws in technology related firms. Introduction of collective schemes for welfare and development of employees who are doing low skilled labor in technological industries who are mostly prone to layoffs. The measures for women in workplace on the basis of equal pay and equal benefits. A government can implement digital technologies for the enforcement of labor laws and mechanism to strengthen the voice of workers. Implementation of social welfare schemes for the employees under mutual effort from the employees and government will strengthen the tech labor market. The mutual aid between employee and employer, it includes the communication between, there is an understanding between the employee and employers, and there the firms should provide essential training for the employees to upgrade their skills. Efficient functioning of labor laws should happen in the tech labor market. Then the next thing is how can cooperatives work in tech market? Cooperatives are business that are collectively owned by their workers or customers. Cooperatives promote self-sustainability, sufficiency, and advancing the interest of their members rather than creating wealth for founders or investors. Co-ops can distribute prosperity more broadly, allow workers or users to capture the value they create, activate the power of collective labor. Cooperative startups are turning their minds to ethical services, democratizing business by giving more power and wealth to employees. Corporate techs enjoy shares of the company's annual profits, often in the place of outside investors. The cases of some cooperative model tech firms are Agile Collective. It's a 13-member strong team of web developers and engineers who works as a workers cooperative. They have equal ownership and control over the company. They are able to reinvest all the profits into the company because it's not beholden to investors. They posted over about 143,000 euros in capital and reserves as part of its accounts for the year ending December 2017. This marked a 42,000 euro increase in its capital and reserves at the end of 2016. Then another one is Stocksy, which is founded in 2012. Stocksy is a stock image and video library running as a co-op out of Victoria, British Columbia. The Canadian firm has paid about $20 million to artists on the service who all receive a portion of their content selling price and share of the company. There are 53 team worker members working in 5 countries listed on the Stocksy website. Thus, the platform pop-up model is a solution to the ethical dilemmas many tech startups are looking to avoid. What if Apple became a cooperative? In the case of if Apple is works in a cooperative model, each worker will worth about $14 million plus a 400,000 as dividend. Thus, cooperatives can bring wealth equality in the society. As a conclusion, technology is always considered as the main change that is creating in the world. So, in order, it makes our lives easier. So, it's not essential to avoid the technological sector, but as we discussed and in this sector, the issues they need to provide solutions for the various issues faced by the laborers in the technological sector, and it always great to do in a solidarity functioning that are used to organizations, collective initiatives, and new model of business developments like cooperatives to some extent. Thus, the utilization of technology will be in an equitable way. These are some of the references that I used while writing this paper. And thank you for all for listening to this paper. Thank you.
Uh, Albert, your paper is about issues in tech labor market. I totally agree with some of the points made by you. That is the educational curriculum. I am also having that opinion that the because my husband is a techie, he is an engineer, so I know what he is always used to say, that what is taught in the colleges are not the thing they are doing actually. So the educational curriculum is the main reason we have to say that, and for the dropout from the office, because those persons who are well, or those who are technically sound and updated with the technical measures, or what are coming in the novel ideas, who are updated with that, they are able to stand safely with a huge salary. At the same time, who are not able to cope with the long run are set aside.
So we can't say that that is the technique in the corp. They are correctly working as a corporate field, and welfares. When we are comparing it with the government sector, the welfare of the employees are not as much as that of the government sector, because they are mostly concentrated on the profit of the company. So you have also pointed about the labor organization, and in our legal side, one of our research, he is doing the PDF now. He had conducted a research. His PhD is related to that topic, and he found out so many problems. And from that research, we also came to know that in our technopark earlier, that was his area. There he found out that there they tried to create one organization, but they failed, because in Kerala, all the corporate people are in fear of the labor organizations, and if such a one is created, they fear that it will be preventing the foreign companies from coming here. So the technology is needed, and technology is we can't say that without technology we can move forward. And you stated that one of the example from your paper, what I understood, in American banks, more than 3,000 million people are losing their jobs because of the technology. From that, we can't say that technology is not needed, because we teachers are also now in this pandemic situation, we were taking class through the online mode, and now the seminar, this itself, we came to this online platform. And sometimes we also used to talk that the Moodle classes are there. So whether that will be leading to a situation there, the teacher's role will be eliminated to an extent. So there lies the point. When technology comes, it is the duty of the persons who are working in that particular area to find out a noble measure to keep their identity. Then only we can say that the development will be coming in the society, and the humanitarian development will be happening. So it was a novel idea, and the paper was good, and you presented very well also. Okay, it was good.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I think this was your Albert's paper was the final paper. Sri Kuti, she is there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So thank you, Albert Raju, for your presentation, and also Dr. Ragenu CK. Uh, Now we are moving for the vote of thanks section. Man is incomplete without thanking each other. May I now invite Gayatri Prem B, second MA Economics student, University of Kerala, to propose the vote of thanks. Welcome, Gayatri.
Good afternoon, all. I deem it a great opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion of Second International Conference on Cooperatives. Next, I thank Imtiaz A. MPhil, Sociology and Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala, for the paper Solidarity and Survival of Sex Workers During Pandemic, a study in Trivandrum City. Now, I would like to thank Sherin Birla L. Jos, Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, and Dr. A.K. Prasad, Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for the paper Land Alienation Among Tribals in Kerala. Next, I would like to thank Sina V.S., MCOM student, University of Kerala, for the presentation Right versus Social Justice, Role of LGBTQ Communities. Now, I thank Albert Raju, second MA Economics, for presenting the paper Issues in Tech Labor Market, Viability of Solutions. And I also wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Anita V, head of the department, Dr. Christabel PJ, organizing secretary, and all other teachers for their endless guidance and support. Finally, I would like to thank each one of you for your kind cooperation and support for making this event a successful one. Thank you.
Thank you to all. And once again, thanks to Christabel ma'am. And wish you all success in your future endeavor.
Thank you, Dr. Ragendu, for being with us for a very long time. Thank you for your nice comments. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you so much. Bye, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon to one and all. Respected dignitaries, teachers, and my dear friends. I'm immensely glad to get an opportunity to welcome you all to the fourth session of the second International Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid, and Solidarity Economics, based on the theme HSSE in Health and Education Sector, organized by Department of Economics, University of Kerala, Karivattam campus. I feel proud to be the part of our esteemed institution, which has been pursuing meritorious research activities for long and secured many recognitions in national and international level. I take this as an honor to welcome the most esteemed chairperson, Dr. Godwin Sri Kulekal.
Good afternoon, Dr. Godwin. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Good afternoon. So shall we start? Are you fine?
Yeah, I'm more or less okay.
Okay. Swati,
So,
can you start
yeah.
now? There is a
All other
welcome
my
speech.
friends have joined.
Yeah, really.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Swati, now you can start, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Just a minute, Godwin. There is a
yeah, please.
welcome speech.
Oh,
That
sure.
person will introduce you, then you can start talking. Thank you.
Okay.
Shall I start, ma'am?
Sure, dear. Sure, Swati.
Good afternoon to one and all. Respected dignitaries, teachers, and my dear friends. I'm immensely glad to get an opportunity to welcome you all to the fourth session of the second International Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid, and Solidarity Economies, based on the theme HSSE in Health and Education Sector, organized by Department of Economics, University of Kerala, Karivattam campus. I feel proud to be the part of our esteemed institution which has been pursuing meritorious research activities for long and secured many recognitions in national and international level. I take this as an honor to welcome the most esteemed chairperson, Dr. Godwin Srikulakal, Associate Professor of Economics at Government College for Women, Trivandrum. He was awarded PhD in Health Economics by Achyuta Menon Center for Health Science Studies, Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology, Trivandrum. He was the Honorary Secretary of Indian Health Economics and Policy Association. He is also in the review panel of WHO Bulletin, British Medical Journal, Science Publishing Group, etc. He has also completed a large-scale survey on benevolent sexism among young women in Kerala. I cordially invite you to this session, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for those words. Of course, I provided them when they asked for they whatever they asked it. Anyway, so thank you, my dear the Dr. Christopher, for inviting me for this particular session to chair this one. And again, back to my alma mater. Anyway, I don't want to lose any time for that particular segment in between. Um, See, I let me briefly introduce, the concern as well as the development of this particular segment at the moment. Um, uh, Developed, post, the Putnam, the concept of social capital, we move to this particular segment, and it is always important that the beyond the binary segment of the public and private sector, we needed a there is actually scope for a third sector. And there are of course criticisms about the so-called third sector, because sometimes we argue that development of the third sector, including the civil society and the philanthropy, all this segment is being considered as a part, and even they play fiddle to sometimes to the private sector, and sometimes to the public sector, and they sometimes represent the voices, the predominant or the mainstream voices of the government, and they are not independent, and those kind of arguments are definitely there. But there is definitely a scope for the third sector, where especially there is scope for see philanthropy. For example, in the if you take the entire health sector in Kerala or India or even global health segments, we find that about 10%, that's not a sizable percent of health, education, and the social sector comprises of the third sector, okay, or we call it broadly the non-profit and not-for-profit segment. Okay, so that particular segment stems out of the so-called solidarity. Yeah, means helping each other, and that being emerging as a mandatory condition. Okay, in the modern development discourse, because there is a quarter of population which is not attended by the policies of the formal public segment, and the organized private segment. So there are a huge volume of population which needs to be attended to by another segment, and the solidarity segment assumes substantial segment in that context, and this assumes more importance in the field of as you are all aware, the health segment and in the broad social segment. Okay, So since I am this particular session focuses on the health segment of the dimension, the solidarity part. Straight away, I would like to call upon the first presenter. I think it is my friend and let me call upon Anupama, right? Augustine, and the particular paper would be, and it's actually contributed equally by Dr. Manju from our own department. Yeah. So now if with your permission, I now straight away move to Anupama for her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anupama Agustin, and I'm working as a research associate in Center for Agroecology and Public Health. And this is a paper jointly written by myself and Dr. Manju S. Nair, professor at Department of Economics. And I think I would share my PowerPoint presentation before starting it. Yeah, I think everyone can see the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, the paper is titled as Ensuring Equitable Healthcare Services to Tribal Population, Role of Non-Governmental Organizations. To start with, we all are aware about the importance of public health facilities in ensuring equitable health services to all. But we also know that in developing countries, including India, the public health facilities are ineffective, and it is a major reason for widening the health inequities. Coming to the Kerala, we always say that the health indices are very high. It is comparable to that of developed countries, but we also know that they have a certain pockets of poverty where the health inequities are widening, and this is evident when we analyze the health indices of Aboriginal people who are left out of the mainstream development process. So here comes the importance of non-governmental organization who really intervene in the health sector to ensure equitable health services to the Aboriginal people by supplementing the government's role. A quick definition of non-governmental organization, non-governmental NGOs are non-profit groups that function independently of any government, typically to address a social or political issue. And there was this WHO CSO initiative that actually recommended the ways in which NGOs can be a part of health systems to ensure equitable services. And examples from many countries show that NGOs perform in a better way where government fails to do so because of the organizational quality of the NGOs and the kind of nature in the way which they are working. Like they are indigenously formed and locally nurtured. They have the adaptability to address the issues at a grassroots level. They have the ability to mobilize resources at the local level, and they are into mutual help, and they are flexible in nature, and they are service oriented. All these features of the NGOs are uh, very much good in providing equitable services to the most vulnerable group. And here, my study examines the contributions of an NGO hospital in the district of Wayanad, and I'm mainly looking into the health system functioning of the particular NGO among the tribal population of Wayanad. And I also try to analyze to what extent the NGO hospital was able to provide accessibility to healthcare services, and I'm comparing how the patient perceptions on the government facility and the NGO facility, which is meant for the sickle cell anemia patients. Regarding methodology, hybrid methodology is used. I have taken Swami Vivekananda Medical Mission, which is working in Wayanad since 1972, and the medical officer of Swami Vivekananda Medical Mission got Padma Shri recognition last year for their contributions towards Aboriginal community. And I have taken, for the primary data study, I have taken 54 patients who are suffering from sickle cell disease and who possess a health card from both the government hospital and Swami Vivekananda Medical Missions. Vivekananda Medical Mission has facilities for treatment for SCD since 2000, and in 2008, the state government has also introduced a comprehensive project for SCD in the district of Wayanad under the supervision of Medical College Wayanad. And I have used both qualitative and quantitative data collection tool. For collecting for the sample survey, I have used an interview schedule. About the findings, so the NGO hospital has intervenes in the health system functionings by directly providing the health services. They have a full-fledged hospital providing both inpatient and outpatient care. They have a well-equipped laboratory and pharmacy and IP ward, a TB specialty TB care center, ECG units, and they have a yoga center. And one of the major contribution of the hospital is with regard to sickle cell anemia. They have a specialty clinic for sickle cell anemia in the hospital. And I have taken SCD because SCD is a major disease that is seen among the Aboriginal people in Wayanad, and around 30% of patients receiving IP care in the hospital are patients with SCD. Actually, the SCD control program started in 1998 in the Vivekananda Hospital. It included both counseling activities and curative treatment for SCD. In the initial periods, they actually tried to do genetic counseling for parents and to initiate early identification of SCD in the newborn babies, and there was this program running for around 10 years. And in 2017, they introduced a new specialty center for sickle cell anemia. And in the hospital, the treatment, food, and medicines are free for the tribal patients with SCD. They are also conducting medical camps at the tribal settlements, and the ambulance services is provided for the tribal patient free of cost. And the second major contribution is towards health promotion and policy exchange. In addition to providing direct health services, the hospital is also providing awareness classes, literacy classes, and self-employment activities at the subcenter. The hospital has around 14 subcenters in the tribal settlements, and many of the activities, especially the medical camps and awareness classes, are conducted at the subcenters so that people can participate in a better way. And the hospital has recruited some health volunteers from within the community to coordinate these awareness classes and medical camps. And the kind of knowledge creation and dissemination with regard to SCD is very important to mention. SCD is a disease with much more social stigma. Many of the patients are very reluctant to disclose about the disease. So I think one of the major contribution of Vivekananda Medical Mission is the way in which they remove the stigma to talk about the disease or to share their experience with other patients. So the subcenters are very much important in in creating the public choice, in discussing about the need of patients, and to create a solidarity among the patients. And they are also running important research projects related to sickle cell disease. And the third one is policy setting. Even though the SCD was identified in 1970s in Wayanad, government of Kerala never tried to enter into direct healthcare services in the district. It was the NGO that provided both preventive and curative services. And actually, the activities of or the awareness created by the NGO really helped the government to identify the issue and to act accordingly. The first project for sickle cell anemia was introduced by the Vivekananda Medical Mission with participation from AAMF, and as a result, around 70% of the tribal population were screened. And there was an international seminar organized by Vivekananda Medical Mission in 2017, joining hands with the Indian Medical Association and KGMOA. And based on the consensus, or based on these discussions, in 2008, the government of Kerala introduced a comprehensive package for SCD patients. So this NGO has a significant role in building policy consensus, disseminating policy positions, and negotiating public health standards for SCD by coordinating different national and state level government and non-governmental agencies. And also, they are mobilizing resources at the local level, and they are actually distributing it to the most needy people. Treatment is free for tribal patients, and they are they are running their hospital based on the sponsorship receiving from the community and from the outside sponsors. And also the health volunteers and the general body meeting. The structure and nature of the NGO is very cordial. They have a general body which convenes every 2 months, and they discuss the different policies and programs for the hospital. And the health volunteers play a very important role in making the activities very useful for the patients. And I feel that the idea of health volunteers is very good, especially when it comes to the tribal communities, since many of the volunteers are from the tribal communities. They actually has a medium, or they have a place to communicate their views, and it has an empowerment aspect related to it. And next is the result from the primary data survey. I have taken 54 patients with sickle cell disease, and there is equal number of patients from male and female patients, and around 20% of patients are illiterate, and around 60% of patients have education attainment only up to 10th, and many of the majority of the patients belonging to the medium income category. And about the identification of the disease, around 35% used government facility for identifying the disease, and around 30% use the NGO hospital for identification of the disease, and around 23% has approached medical college Calicut for identification of the disease. And one major issue that one important issue relating to health systems in Wayanad is the accessibility to health. Access to health can be defined as the timely use of services according to the need, and access has 4 dimensions: availability, geographical accessibility, affordability, and acceptability. Since Wayanad is a remote area, and the government infrastructure is weak, and the transportation facilities available are very poor, accessibility to health is a major issue. There are both demand side and supply side factors that act as barriers to access to health, even though both the government and NGO are trying to provide health services in the area. So here is a comparison of patient perception with regard to the government facility and the NGO hospital. With regard to geographical accessibility, patients feel that the NGO hospital has a better score. It is more geographically accessible, especially because of the efficient working of the sub-center and the ambulance services that is provided. And about affordability, in both the government facility and the NGO hospital, the treatment is free, but patients have to incur a number of other expenses related to healthcare, and they are not very much satisfied with the affordability factor, and they feel that their ability to pay is very much compromised after a period of treatment in both the government facility and at the NGO hospital. And regarding the acceptability, they feel that there are patients feel that there are good health facilities and the interpersonal skill of staff is very good, both at the government facility and at the NGO hospital. But when it comes to the cultural preferences or the value system, people feel that the NGO hospital is more attached to the patients. They are more easy to communicate with the staff at the NGO hospital. And with regard to availability also, compared to the government facility, patients feel that NGO hospital is more accessible because the language used in the hospital is understandable to the patient population. The care given is much more better than the government facility, and there is fair treatment. And with regard to healthcare utilization, a mere accessibility doesn't ensure that people are getting better services. What is more important that whether the patients are utilizing the healthcare. So, some indicators are used for understanding the utilization. It includes to what extent patients are able to explain the disease details, to what extent the doctors are listening to the queries, the transparency, the promptness, the confidence in treatment, adequate care, empathy, etc., are measured. Measured. When we compare the state facility and the NGO hospital, we can see that when it comes to the empathy and communication, to what extent doctors listen to the queries from patients, NGO hospital is much more better. And in all the components, the NGO hospital has a mean score which is higher than 3. And patients feel that the NGO hospital is more cordial in nature, they are more empathetic, and the doctors are very much interactive to the patients. While even though in the state facility, all doctors are qualified, there are enough facilities, but the way in which doctors interact with the patients are not very much satisfied. To conclude, so this is a small case study of to what extent an NGO hospital is serving the needs of poor among the tribal population, and we can see that the NGO hospital NGOs plays an important role in reducing the different barriers related to geographical access, availability, affordability, and acceptability relating health services. And also they perform they perform a numerous health system functioning. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. So they also perform a number of health system functions such as providing direct health services, health promotion and policy exchange. They monitor the quality of care and they mobilize the resources. So here we can see an NGO which supplement the government facilities, which actually prompt the government to introduce certain facilities for the sickle cell anemia patients among tribal population.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Anupama, for that giving us a flavor of what is happening in Wayanad is with regard to this sickle cell question. And this is actually a well-researched question, right? With regard to the different dimensions of treatment, etc., is actually well researched in the context of Wayanad. But I have couple of issues here as well, because one of my issue is actually a conceptual issue. Okay, it's not something specific to Wayanad, but it's a broad issue because many of these NGOs, they have other affiliations. For example, I give you an example. See, Shiva Sena has they run many charitable institutions in Kerala, right? Likewise, SD, some other, organizations, they have in otherwise a kind of, ulterior kind of, motives. They operate in the state and, they camouflage and, at the end, their objective is something else. So, this is actually witnessed. If you take, another example, in many places, even in case of, this Gujarat, that, mass, many of the agencies, independent investigators, they find that uh, the so-called, mass murder and, then the associated legal estimate, means, the expenditure of expenses of many of not the victims but the perpetrators have been undertaken by those kind of agencies. So I always take the charities with a pinch of salt. This is actually a larger question, and I suspect something of that sort in Wayanad as well. That having said that, not I'm not a don't assume that that this fellow takes a kind of radically negative position with regard to the activities. That let me keep that as a broader context in which my argument comes up. But later on, if you look at the again not so positive or a bit more pessimistic question about this is, so if you look at the public sector and private sector in the states with regard to the health sector, all studies agree on one thing, that is the state public sector healthcare delivery system has better quality in terms of their clinical aspects. Okay, but when it comes to these non-clinical aspects, especially what you call these the hotel aspects of quality, which is actually more often which can be better understood by the patient. For example, whether I am prescribed a right medicine or a wrong medicine cannot be judged by a patient. But when it comes to, say, other things, for example, the flow of information, there is actually a framework for assessing the quality. For example, especially the interpersonal aspects of care. For example, when I come to the hospital, how good the information. There is something called a reception in a private hospital, which is non-existent in most of the public hospitals in the state. Then and there is nobody to assist you in a public hospital to give you directions towards this is the inpatient the different the ancillary facilities like blood bank and the other diagnostic facilities, nobody to guide. And if you look from an anthropological point of view, during my interaction with the tribal population in the Trivandrum district, if you find that most of them, instead of going to a public hospital, they go to a private hospital, despite incurring substantial meaning out of pocket expenditure. The common point they say is the acceptability one, because if I go to a private hospital, everything is they take care of everything. But if I go to a public hospital, I don't know to read, I don't know to write, yeah, and I don't have any other kind of information to support me. But the beauty of a private hospital or an NGO or a non-government hospital is that I just need somehow I borrow money and just I need to go there. There is some kind of an accessibility is being taken care of. And if you come to say Trivandrum Medical College or anything, the treatment is fully free technically. I don't know how to operate, the escalator. That is actually a problem for me. So these kind of, the acceptability questions actually predominate. So this kind of, issues are predominant because, public sector is an impersonal system, but the private sector and, this non-public segment is actually a personalized system. So this kind of a larger frame we should be always be keeping in mind before recommending or giving very strong positive recommendation regarding the especially the non-governmental organizations and the private segments. Okay, so this is my broad comment to you regarding the old finding. Probably there will be specific questions. If there are any clarificatory questions, we can take it up now, and if there are any substantive questions from my fellow members, we can actually take it up at the end. Any clarificatory questions to Dr. Anupama can be raised now. If not, we'll move to the next presenter. Yeah. Hope there are not many questions now. Okay, then we'll move to the next presenter. I think due to my it's not visible in my screen. Can the organizer please call up the next presenter, please? I'm
Yes, sir.
sorry about
Yes,
that.
yes. Sure, sir. Next, I invite Ms. Sharanya S., Research Scholar, PG and Research Department of Economics, SN College, Vargala, and Dr.
Okay.
Vinod P. Sugadan, Associate Professor, PG and Research Department of Economics, SN College, Vargala, for their presentation on the topic Role of Complementary and Alternative Medical Care, a study based on Ayush.
Okay, thank you so much, Swati. Okay, so over to you, Sharanya and Dr. Vinod. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My topic is role of complementary and alternative medical care, a study based on Ayush. We can start with the definition of health. Health is a resources for everyday life, not the objective of living. Health is a positive concept, stress, social and personal resource as well as physical capacities. Now we can see the main components of health system. They are resource production, programs organization, economical support, management and service delivery. Then we move on to the difference between healthcare and medical care. Healthcare is a timely use of personal health service to achieve the best possible health outcome. Healthcare is the individual responsibility for all of us to take the best care of ourselves that we can. Healthcare is the maintenance or improvement of health, whereas medical care is provided only to the person who needs the medical attention. It is provided only by
Hello?
a physician.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, I think slide is not moving.
Okay.
Yes, yes, please.
കേൾക്കാമോ?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. Now, we move on to the difference between healthcare and medical care. Healthcare is the timely use of personal health service to achieve the best possible health outcome. Healthcare is the individual responsibility for all of us to take the best care of ourselves that we can. Healthcare is the maintenance or improvement of health, whereas the medical care is provided only to the person who needs the medical attention. It is provided only by a physician. Physician can deliver the medical care to the patient, but they don't deliver health to the patients. Objective of this study is to assess the role of alternative medical care with special reference to Ayush. This is a review-based study. Then we discuss the concept of complementary and alternative medicine. It is used instead of conventional medical treatment. It is a category of medicine that includes a variety of treatment approaches that fall outside the conventional medicine. These two approaches are lumped together, but they are in fact distinct. If a non-mainstream approaches are used together with conventional or traditional medicine, is called complementary medical care. For example, yoga, meditation, etc. If non-mainstream approaches is used in place or substitute of conventional medicine, it is considered as alternative. Example, Ayurveda, homeopathy, Unani, Siddha, etc. In addition to the term complementary and alternative, we may also hear that the term functional medicine. It is the combination of complementary and alternative medicine. Next, we move on the milestone of alternative medical system in India. First comes the Vedic period. The chief knowledge and the medicine are based on 4 Vedas. Rig Vedas consist yoga, and Atharvaveda includes Ayurveda. Ayurveda means science of life. Indian traditional medicine is based on Ayurveda and yoga. The next Buddhist period, Lord Buddha used to attend the sick himself through the doctrine of ahimsa. Then the medieval period, it is termed as the post-Buddha and Muslim period. Emperor Ashoka established many hospitals throughout the country. Then 10th century onwards, in this period, the Muslim rulers encouraged the Middle East physicians to train the Unani system of medicine. Emperor Akbar, during his period, he encouraged the amalgamation of Ayurveda and Unani. In India, the modern medicines are used after the arrivals of Christian missionaries. After the independence, India's Ministry of Health was established, but health has become more important in second five-year period. In 1983, Parliament passed National Health Policy, and in 1989, new education policy in health science was passed. Indian system of medicine and homeopathy was created as part of Health Ministry on 1995. Then in 2002, National Health Policy was passed. In 2003, Indian system of medicine and homeopathy was renamed as Ayush. On 9th November 2014, the Department of Ayush was separated as the Central Ministry of Ayush. Then Ayush is the abbreviation of Ayurveda, Yoga and Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and Homeopathy. Then Ayush providing the attention to the development and practice the Indian system of medicine. The concept of mainstreaming the Ayush and the revitalization of local health tradition was introduced in 2006. Ayush focuses on strengthening of public health services, utilization of untapped Ayush therapeutic workforce and management. The main goal of Ayush is to strengthen and implementation of national and community health program and to promote Ayush medicine system via cost-effective services and grant universal access through the upgradation of Ayush hospitals and dispensaries. In the modern world, changing lifestyle of people made new form of illness. Nowadays, the people are more concerning their health and they are willing to pay large amount of their income on their health care. The people normally used modern medicine, but now they change their attitude towards alternative healthcare. They are willing to try different method of treatment and healthcare because of heavy dose of medicine, cost of treatment, suffering after medication, etc. In this figure, we can understand the number of patients prefer the government Ayush healthcare in India. In 2014, it was around 15 crore, and on later years, the preference of the people goes on increasing. And in the year 2020, it has reached more than 30 crores. In the case of Kerala also, the preference of people towards alternative medical system were having a positive trend, and in 2020 it has reached more than 2 crores. And in this table shows that the details about hospitals, dispensaries and bed strength under the Ayush system in India. From the figure among the complementary and alternative medical system, Ayurveda has more capacity in terms of the number of hospitals, dispensaries and bed strength, whereas yoga and naturopathy having the least number of government hospitals, dispensaries and bed strength. In the case of Kerala also, Ayurveda have more capacity to absorb in patient in hospital, dispensaries and bed strength. The above two figures shows only about the government sector, but in the private sector, alternative medicine is very active and it has more capacity in terms of hospitals, dispensaries and bed strength. In 2014, central government formed the Ministry of Ayush and allocated separated funds for the development of this system. In 2015-16, it was 1,197 crore were allocated, and subsequent years the allocation was increasing. In the year 2021, it was reached 2,970 crores. In the case of Kerala also, the government is spending a huge amount of money for improving this system. From the study, it was clear that more people are preferring complementary and alternative medical system instead of modern medicine. The data also shows that the government is also allocating more amount of money for developing this medical system. More hospitals, dispensaries, educational institutions, research centers, foreign students training programs, drug testing facilities, state-owned pharmacies are being started due to the initiatives taken by the central as well as the state governments. Why should we give more focus to the complementary and alternative medical system? The reason is that it is more cost effective than other systems, and at the same time it helps the country to build a healthy future generation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sharanya.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Uh, I have, since, I think, we have two more presenters here. Um, See, I have, some concerns regarding, see, if I start with, the way medical care and, healthcare is defined. Of course, if you look at literature, there are, some more differences because healthcare is actually a much more broader concept, than medical care. Okay.
Okay.
And it is not only individual responsibility. Healthcare, if you look at broadly, health is becomes a social responsibility, right? It's also called a social good. Yeah.
Okay.
There are, of course, conceptual differences between even arguing that whether healthcare can be called even a good at all, because it doesn't. It's actually why it is called a social commodity. The reason is, see, some of us, meet with accidents, and which can be the outcome of uh, not the mistake of me. So, in that kind of a context, how do you call healthcare as an individual responsibility? Okay, it's not only medical care. There are actually broader questions, surrounding this. So the definition questions actually, we need to be a bit more, serious about. And the second comment about, this whole Ayush system is not a person who is not against, the Ayush or anything, but if uh, a lot of literature argue that Ayush cannot be considered a scientific system. Okay, because it has got only placebo effect. Two, during the see, if you look at the context of COVID, a lot of the magical medicines are being proposed in the market. Okay, and some of course are found to have some effect in boosting your immunity, etc. But despite this, there are not much, the scientific research going on in the field of Ayush. Say, if you take, Ayurveda or other alternative systems, during the peace time, okay, during the normal time to establish, yeah, the scientific validity of many of the drugs being proposed in the market, right? For example, in the normal course of a means proving the use of drugs, lot of clinical trials would have to be conducted, but we don't know to what extent such clinical trials are being practiced with regard to many of the so-called magical medicines of this Ayush, including Ayurveda, etc. Okay, so it is actually so again, when we always take up this Ayush, there are always questions of the scientific validity of such prescriptions and medicines, etc. always come up. This is one reason why of course I definitely agree with you that in saying that this Ayush or alternative systems are important, but again we also need to think that see, to accept it as a scientific system, we have miles to travel. So definitely there are a lot of population who go behind, or there are better treatment available for certain medical questions in the field of Ayush, but you need to go a bit more critically into the literature. Okay, so thank you, Sharanya. If there are any quick questions, we can take it up. Otherwise, we'll reserve the questions towards the end because of taking some time. But I think that is important as well, in my own point of view. Okay, thank you, Sharanya and Dr. Vinod,
Excuse me, sir.
and yeah. Now I move to Swati for announcing the next
Sir,
person.
I
Thank
have
you.
a question, sir.
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, you said the Ayush is cost effective and it's very healthy also. But my question is, nowadays we find that Ayurveda is becoming much more expensive. And it also takes, it's very time consuming also for cure. It will take much more time than modern medicine. So in such situations, the public, they are actually, they have little motivation to go for this Ayush, like Ayurveda or such. So, what can be done to promote Ayush in this context?
In government hospital, it is less cost, but in private sector, Ayurveda or other alternative medicine are most costly. Then it is a time consumed, but it is almost purely cureness.
Yeah, to add to Sharanya, see, Swati actually raised a very important question, Sharanya. So, see, because the concern of the the populace is that Ayurveda, once we thought this is very cheaper, but now it is very costly. Not only that, the cure itself is very, poor, the prognosis for many ailments. The answer for me to add to what Sharanya said, see, Ayush or the alternative systems and the so-called orthodox or the modern medicine, they have actually different viewpoints with regard to health. The methodology or the philosophy itself is different. This is the while the modern medicine primarily treats an individual based on symptom. We call it symptomatic medicine. But Ayurveda or Ayush and all other alternative, most of the other segment, they have a life or means life cycle perspective. They don't look at. That's why in Ayurveda you look at you try to amend the lifestyle when you go with an ailment. They suggest you lifestyle changes. But when you go to the say an allopathy kind of treatment, they look at the symptoms and they try to it. So there is a huge difference between the approach of treatment or treating a patient or a person. So there are a lot more things like this. So despite all this, of course, the systems are important, but seriously, there is a dearth of research in the field of Ayurveda and alternative, including naturopathy and all other systems of medicine, despite its significance. Thank you. So we now move on to the next presenter.
Now, now I invite Mr. Mahin Kannu M, Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. He has worked as guest lecturer in Department of Economics, VTMNSS College, Thanivachappuram, and has published few papers. I also invite Dr. Christabel PJ, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, Trivandrum. She has completed her master's as well as doctorate at the University of Kerala and has published numerous papers and has made many research contributions. She is also the organizer of this international conference. I invite you, ma'am, for your presentation.
Okay, so welcome, Mahin, for your presentation.
Thank you, Swati, for a warm welcome. Yeah. Um, Please. Okay, I'll share my PPT. Is it visible? No?
No, no.
No, of course.
Okay, okay. Okay. Hello? Okay. Okay. Is it? Okay. Is my PPT visible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So, good afternoon, all. I'm here to present a paper titled Social Economy, a Review of Literature. Okay, so as we all know, social economy is not a new phenomenon. Although the term seems to be new, all around the world, the people who have been most harmed by the current systems are participating, self-determination and community wealth. Mutual aid network, worker cooperatives, community land trust, participatory budgeting, and time banks have certain things in common. They are community ownership and democratic governance that builds political, cultural, and economic power. When these hyperlocal initiatives get together, they have enormous power. This emerging movement goes by many names. This emerging movement goes by many names, but internationally it is known as the social and solidarity economy. Okay, so my statement of the problem is the development of a society primarily depends on the wealth that it possesses. Although the existence of the two distinctive groups of people, that is, haves and have not, seems to make it difficult to the society to grow, it somehow manages to move on through the path of growth. It's not completely because of the rigid systems that the nation or the state has made, but also because of the mechanisms developed by the commons to cope up with the situations in which the state developed systems fail to help them. Commons or even the states themselves in many countries are found to support these kind of mechanisms, making them the most trustworthy, reliable, and efficient mechanisms than others. Okay, my objective is to make an attempt to review some studies that have been taken place in the field of social economy. The paper uses secondary data such as various articles, papers, etc. to make a review on social economy. Okay, so here is the review. A study entitled Policies to Make Promote Social and Solidarity Economy, a case study of Mexico City, was conducted by Juan Jose Rojas Herrera and Roberto Canedo Villarreal. Okay, so the purpose of this study was to deepen understanding of the design and implementation process of public policies to promote the social and solidarity economy in Mexico City during the period 2016 to 2019, and to propose general guidelines to improve and refine them. The method they were used to was a review of printed materials, field research, and preparation of the report. And the key findings of their study are: the policies to promote SSC are maintained largely because of legal and institutional inertia and the pressure of social demands to combat unemployment. The failure of government efforts to guide and channel the transformative and innovative potential of SSC was evident throughout the period under review. Okay, the next study entitled Social Capital and Economic Development in Regional Australia. It was a case study conducted by Andrew Woodhouse in 2016. His study purpose was to report an empirical study, is to conduct an empirical study into the nature and form of social capital in two small regional Australian towns, and investigates the truth or otherwise of the claim that the level of social capital within such a community will positively influence the level of economic development of that community. Okay, the method used was census data for all urban areas in Australia with a population of 4,000 to develop measures of economic opportunity with the geographic unit of analysis being urban statistical local areas, hierarchical factor analysis, etc. And the study found that a community with relatively high levels of bridging social capital but little bonding social capital would have a similar level of economic development to a community with high levels of bonding social capital but little bridging social capital, or a community with middling levels of each. The community with relatively high levels of each will demonstrate the highest levels of economic development. Okay, so another study conducted by Li Zhao in 2013 titled Conceptualizing the Social Economy in China. The study purpose was in order to close the gap between practice and theory. The study attempted to understand the re-emergence and development of the social economy in China. Okay, so the study used a brief overview of the theoretical debates concerning the concept of social economy per se and other related concepts, the historical trajectory of the social economy in China, and a discussion on the existence of its social economy before the socio-economic transition, after which the impacts of the transition upon the renaissance of the social economy are examined. And the study found that although the term itself is quite new, the social economy is no new phenomenon in China. The development of the social economy in China was greatly influenced by the framework set by political institutions and accordingly legal enabling environments. In contemporary China, it serves as a key sector for improving welfare, encouraging participation, and consolidating solidarity. Okay, another study was conducted by Stavros K. Parallelis in 2011 titled A Case Study, a local-based social economy project. His study purpose was to describe the methodology proposed by the non-governmental organization called Analixi to the Hellenic Ministry of Labor and Social Security in an attempt to involve socially excluded persons in a local-based project in Korydallos, Athens. Okay, the study used an analysis of the project proposed by Analixi. Okay, the study also found that the overall project would be successful if the community was more sensitive and open to accept the new concept of social economy and social enterprises. Okay, okay. So another study titled another study was conducted by Peter Muzingisi and et al., titled Rural Development Focused Social and Solidarity Economy Organizations, Social Impact Measurement, a systematic review. The purpose of the study was to address the knowledge accumulation and advancement gaps by providing an initial systematic literature review that gathers, maps, and synthesizes findings from the available rural-focused social enterprise impact studies and generating insights for future research. Okay, the study applied SLR approach that overcomes researcher bias, thus enhance methodological rigor to identify articles from the study. Okay, the study included papers in the criteria like the articles being journal articles published in English language between January 1917 and March 2019, articles that defined and measured social impact and targeted marginalized rural dwellers. Okay, the study found that 13 of the 21 included in this SLR are located in developing countries. Organizational level analysis masked detailed social impacts from projects within the different social enterprises studied, while the use of the project or program level approach revealed the social enterprises social impacts, which is essential for developing strategies to improve the social enterprises capacity to achieve desired social impacts. Okay, so another study was conducted by Magdalena Winkler and et al. And their study purpose was to study 8 cases of internationalization and find that social enterprises face barriers along the lines of 3 dimensions: communities, markets, and partnerships in foreign contexts, policy and regulations, and organizational tensions. Okay, the study used exploratory qualitative analysis and found that internationalization social entrepreneurs frequently internationalizing social entrepreneurs frequently face challenges evoked by the international and relatively unknown market environment. The step towards internationalization brings several organizational tensions for social enterprises, while internal challenges include adapting structures and processes within the social enterprise as well as financial management. And they also identified a potential for tensions in relating to external stakeholders and the perception of the organization's actions. Okay, another study conducted by Amin et al. In 1999, titled "Welfare as Work: The Potential of the UK Social Economy," and their study purpose was to provide a critical assessment of the emerging academic and policy consensus over the potential of local social economy initiatives to deliver social and economic regeneration. And they used a method drawing on material from 60 case studies in the United Kingdom. They examined 3 central claims made for the social economy: that it is empowering, economically sustainable, and capable of being providing a real alternative to the mainstream public and private sector economies. Okay, so the key findings of the study are: although other social enterprises have become extremely well established over long periods of time in the UK, they serve more as alternatives to the public rather than to the private sector economy. Nevertheless, they remain reliant upon public sector funding. Okay, another study conducted by Alice Rose Breyer. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Another study was conducted by Alice Rose Baer, and his study purpose was to reconcile current discussions on the concept of the social economy by theorizing it as the internal socialization of capitalism and as an institutional expression of cultural needs.
Mahil,
Yes, sir.
can I intervene? See, can you make it a bit more faster because we have 2 more presentations and we need to
Yes, yes.
close by 2, yeah, for your special session by Dr.
Yes, yes.
Sunyan. Yeah.
Okay, so ethnography, say they used ethnographically grounded analysis of the Argentinian empresas recuperadas. Okay, so okay, then they found that institutional invisibility of the social economy has emerged as a central concern at international forums and within the literature. The analytical process of creating value moves debates on the social economy forward to engage critically with the dynamic embeddedness of meaningful action within capitalist social relations. Okay, another study conducted by Olive McCarthy. The study purpose was to show how the strong local connectedness of credit unions as important social economy act as aided policy and regulatory flexibility. And they used a secondary data to analyze their objective, and they found that about 90% of credit unions in Ireland have community common bonds, meaning they can only serve members who live or work within a specified local area. Okay, and last but not least, a study conducted by Deborah Keloni and Gabriele Guzzetti. Their study purpose was to make an analysis on social impact evaluation of organization working to prevent school dropout, comment at each case. And they used secondary data to analyze their objective, and they found that focusing on the social value generated by the teach project, the results obtained from the social impact evaluation process demonstrate the effectiveness of the collaboration between the public and the private sector in the education field, strengthening the relationship and collaboration between Cometa and the schools of Como involved in the project, laying the foundations for further future collaborations and partnerships. Okay, so the paper tried to make an investigation on the literature which deals with the intricacies hidden in the purview of the economic system through the eyes of social economy. Indeed, several studies had been taken in the taken place in the field of social economy. Some focused on the conceptualization of the social economy, some on the mechanisms used to cope up with the situation in which the state-made systems failed to help the commons, some on the evaluation of the policies adopted to support and promote SSA, etc. To conclude, as an emerging field of economics, social economy plays a vital role in the development of the society at grassroots level as well as the larger economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mahin, for that very exhaustive kind of presentation. And see, I just want to ask you a clarificatory question at the outset.
Yes,
Is it
sir.
a systematic review that you have undertaken, or is it a random review that you are doing it? Because in my view, or in whatever from whatever you have presented, I take a means reach a conclusion that. This is actually a review of other systematic reviews or other means review of literature undertaken by other researchers, right? That's what I could understand from your whatever you have presented. Maybe you might have
Yes, sir.
undertaken a systematic review. Yeah, please.
Sir, actually, my objective was to present the various articles, the review of various articles, papers in a systematic manner.
I ask this question is that if you say that this is a systematic review, then we go for a kind of advanced research. For example, you specify which are the you specify which are the studies that you have included, meaning the geographical location we specify the period of study. For example, whether all studies you included post say 1950 to 2000 have been included in your analysis. And in terms of methodology, you will say that the studies which have followed, say, a kind of quantitative ones, qualitative dimensions have been included, and some have been excluded. So those kind of details are expected in a systematic review. So that's why I was asking you this question.
Yes.
Hope do you have? I think if not done, I think being in the initial stages of research, you would be definitely doing a systematic review, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mahin. Due to paucity of time, otherwise I definitely want to ask you more questions like, what are the research gap that, you found using the, while going through this literature, etc. I definitely want to ask you, but maybe you can respond to those questions, later on if we get,
Okay,
time.
okay. After
So,
this session,
yeah.
I'll contact you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. And of course, Dr. Christabel is actually better capable than me in helping you find out all those stuff. Okay, so we shall now straight away go to the next presenter. Next presenter, please. Swati, can you come in?
Yes, sir.
It's a solidarity economics in health sector experience from India, right? By Riya
Yes.
Shibu. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, you can
Moving
just
on to
call the person. Yeah.
moving on to the final Sharsale.
Yeah, please.
Now I invite Ms. Riya Shibu, second MA Economics, University of Kerala, to present the paper on solidarity economics in health sector experiences from India.
Thank you for the warm welcome, Swati. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this international conference for providing me such an opportunity to present my paper on solidarity economics in health sector experiences from India. I hope you can see my slide, right?
Yes.
Okay. Solidarity economics in health sector experiences from India. The term solidarity indicates any bond which holds people together for a common interest rather than self motives and exhibits mutual support. It is integration that is demonstrated by a society or a group of people, and this collective action stimulates social solidarity. Whereas, if inequalities are present in a society, that may discard such solidarity. Uh, Alternative, it can be seen as an alternative framework to capitalism, and the instinct to help others and work in mutual interest exists inside each one of us, and it may manifest under difficult circumstances. And one such situation arises when we have to encounter the plight of others, suffering from serious illness and struggling for life without money, treatment, or blood. Health and people. As we all know, health remains an important factor for the progress of any nation, and therefore we all work as a society and economy. We need everyone to play their role in a economy, and therefore countries have to give due consideration to health and well-being of citizens. Conflict theory's perspective of health and medicine. According to this perspective, the root cause of healthcare system issues is capitalism. The pursuit of profit has led to commodification of health, and health became a commodity that can be purchased, whereby the dominant people in the society who are rich decide how the healthcare system should function. They ensure their access to healthcare services while making it sure that weaker sections remain outside due to their unaffordability. But uh, the fact is that these weaker sections, the majority of poor in countries like India, are more prone to illness due to their poor living standards and also their poor working conditions. But they are standing outside these from affording these healthcare services due to their poverty. But even though we can find acts of Samaritans or solidarity when it comes to healthcare, expressed these acts of kindness are expressed towards people with chronic or rare diseases. It may be manifested in the form of financial aid, personal support, transport assistance, blood donation, organ donation, etc. As India is a developing country with only close to 1% of GDP spent by government, which is a meager amount on health sector, the participation by people at large in this field is necessary. My objective is to find the evidences of social solidarity in health sector in India and analyze its significance. For that, I have taken some case studies. First one, unparalleled act of humanity during a rainy night. On August 7, 2020 evening, as we all know, an Air India Express flight from Dubai carrying 191 passengers, people including passengers and staff, had skidded off a wet runway while landing at the Karipur airport, leaving at least 20 people, including the pilot, dead and injuring many. During that time, the Karipur airport, along with the neighboring areas, have been a containment zone, and people were reluctant to leave their houses. But hearing the sound of this crash, and also by hearing the news, the local people rushed to the site the and suddenly they carried out the rescue mission before any police or fire force have come, and their sudden action helped to save many lives fastly. If there was no such a sudden action by the people without fearing the COVID transmission and avoiding the night, the bad weather, then the fatalities must have increased. And also, apart from this, there was a blood shortage in these hospitals where these injured passengers were admitted, and this was a major issue. And messages were spread across Zoom, in the WhatsApp groups and volunteer groups, and we could see long queues of people waiting to donate their blood without considering the heavy pour and the fear of COVID transmission. It was a well applauded incident and an act of solidarity. Next one, crowdfunding for a child with SMA. It was by the end of June 2021. It was by the end of June 2021, Rafiq and Mariuma, parents of Muhammad, a 1.5-year-old boy from Kannur district in Kerala, came forward with a plea to raise rupees 18 crores to import a single dose of drug Zolgensma, which was considered effective for curing children below 2 who are suffering from SMA, spinal muscular atrophy. It is a genital fatal disorder which led to the degeneration of muscles. It was it was not possible for the middle income family to afford such a huge amount for the treatment of their child. And also the elder sister of Muhammad was also suffering from the same disease, and she has been moving around only in wheelchair for 14 years. And soon after this appeal was made by the family, a committee was created with the chairmanship of local panchayat president, and local MLA was also member, and a account was formed for the fundraising. A massive outreach program was carried out by the committee through social media platforms, charity groups, news channels, etc. And surprisingly, within a week, this amount has crossed about 45 crores have raised through the public. Raised by the public. A major role was played by the Gulf expatriate community in the Gulf, Malayali expatriate community in the Gulf. And if there was no such public action, an act of solidarity, then it was impossible for this family to raise such a huge amount for the treatment of their son. And the child Muhammad would have ended up like his sister in a wheelchair. Samaritans during COVID-19. As we all know, COVID-19 pandemic was a time which revealed many acts of solidarity, and it showed how people will react to a health crisis. During a
Ria,
crisis, the
Ria, this is Godwin. I'm sorry to intervene. See, I think we have one more presenter, and we need to wind up
yes, sir, yes, sir,
soon.
yes, sir.
No, no, I know. It is an injustice. It is unfair to ask you to wind up, but unfortunately, I'm forced to do so. That is one thing. And second thing, maybe you can tell us the highlights in another 1 minute, and sum it up. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, sir. And we can also see the selfless acts from the transport sector. An example of 20 auto drivers from Thiruvananthapuram, the auto stand near Peta railway station, who are offering free service to the patients going to RCC, Regional Cancer Center, Thiruvananthapuram. And also during this COVID time, we could see such auto drivers offering free rides. They are doing what they can do within their income limit. And also green corridors and organ transplantation. Corridor is a special arrangement by which all traffic signals are green, and the time is saved to in the transportation of organs without wasting due to traffic congestion. And we have seen such transportation using this green corridor from 2014 itself in many major cities in India. And the AIDS Doctor of India and YRG Care, I would like to mention the efforts made by Dr. Sunidhi Solomon and her NGO YRG Care in the treatment and diagnosis, treatment, and welfare of the AIDS, the people with HIV in India. In a period when they were ostracized by the other people of the society. And she was also the AIDS treatment pioneer of India. She had made many efforts uh, uh, to for ensuring the treatment welfare of these people. And she also assisted her HIV patients in finding a life partner with HIV after conducting scientific examinations and checking immunity levels. And the organization established by her, YRG Center, also provide training to like-minded doctors regarding the treatment to HIV patients. And all those activities carried out not for benefiting oneself but for collective public gain come under the social solidarity. These acts are carried out not only by the organized institutions such as NGOs but also by unorganized people, group of people. And diseases of fellow beings affect man deeply, touching his empathy, and they can remain without doing something they can to help. And the COVID-19 pandemic has also acted as a catalyst for community action. We should maintain such a community action, and especially in the case of developing country like India, where the government intervention is not sufficient. And also the palliative care policy in state of Kerala is also should be promoted. Okay. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ria. I think you are coughing because I asked you to make it faster. Yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. But I have just a though there is no the I have just have a quick comment to you. It is that the social economy, like our normal, the usual economy. So you can also try to conceptually distinguish between the formal social economy and informal social economy, or yeah, because see many of you have done an excellent narration of many of these stories. So in but in these are primarily the informal and extempore kind of reaction and actions happening, which shows definitely solidarity to a particular a common cause. Yeah. But there are a lot of institutionalized processes within the civil society itself, regarding undertaking, many of, such activities. Maybe conceptually you can make a distinction between informal and, this formal segment of, social economy. Okay, so because of, the time question, so I'm now moving to the last presenter. Is Muhammad available here? Swati?
Moving on to the final presentation of this session, I invite Mr. Muhammad Hassan T, BA Economics, Calicut University, for his presentation on the topic A Study on Creation of Entrepreneurial Mindset Among Youth of Malappuram District Through Educational Systems in 2020.
Hello.
Yeah,
Am I audible?
please.
Am I audible?
Yeah, Muhammad. Yeah, Hossein is visible.
Yes. Is my slide is visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So
Entrepreneur
hope to
mindset.
wind up, the session by 2:10. So again, unfair, but please cooperate with the situation.
Okay. Okay. So, firstly, I'm Muhammad Hassan. The human beings are most precious resources of our economy. More of the youths drop off their graduation for local jobs. These students major aim is a great job. Entrepreneurship is not only way of business administration, but also a successful career life. Creation of
Uh,
all, yeah,
Muhammad
yeah.
Hussain, there is, some problem with, the screen. It's not fully visible. I think, the other part, uh, one segment is visible. Can you make it to the screen? No, that specific,
Okay, okay, okay. I will try.
window only.
Now you can.
No, is it my problem or is it everyone's problem that I don't know? Swati, can you come in?
No, sir, it's not visible.
Okay, okay.
So I can present this without screen.
Oh, no issues, no issues. Yeah, please.
Okay. The entrepreneurship is not only, I will saying this, the entrepreneurship mindset is a youth in laudable, uh, laudable object for creating entrepreneurship ecosystem in the world. Entrepreneurship is a skill which can escalate the intelligence, ethical power in the calculated decision making and successful planning, and punctuality, confidence, mental ability. So the education is the utterly influence in the creation of that. So I take this research study on the creation of entrepreneurial mindset among youth of Malappuram district through the education system in 2020. So it exposed the limitations and the all sectors of what is the impediments for the creation for the entrepreneurial mindset. So now coming from to the point, the entrepreneurship is the now the society is seeing the entrepreneurship is as a professional. I says that the entrepreneurship is not a professional because that is a skill we can which is including a risk management like that. So this study is including according to the UN and WHO, the World Health Organization, those people between ages 15 to 24 are called youth. Presently, 1.8 billion youth are SHG in the world. 90% of them are under undeveloped countries. India has more than 2,229 million youth. Education has not particular age, but more of youth are students. It means there are unemployment. In the world, 621 million youths did not get education jobs. Other 75 million youth were educated and trained, but they did not get the jobs. It means that they are being job seekers. While I caused the casualties and the horrible moment, I found that it is the weakness of our educational system. The Malappuram is the one of the district in among the 14th district of India, of Kerala. It has more than many populations, and in our education system is divided to the three folds: Malappuram and Tirur, Vandoor district. Presently, 24 high schools are established in Malappuram district by government of Kerala, and 29 and 21 schools are private aided and unaided. In Tirur district, 33 government schools are under the government of Kerala, and 29 and 21 schools are unaided. 36 and 46 schools are private aided and unaided. In Vandoor district, there is 25 schools established by government of Kerala, and 19 and 12 schools are under the private aided and unaided. See, from here, I make a case study from the 28 males and 22 females in various schools for answering my questions. So I found that I asked to them the leaders I found that from my case study the leadership is the diplomatic skills to manage the organization or group. From my case study only 8 students have a get a chance as a leader in the classroom. Every annually students will obligate to submit assignment. Only 90 students are mandated assignments, and among them 6 students done out of syllabus. In the assignment done in out of syllabus, 4 students have been got in our subject classes, which can foster the creativity, self-insights, innovative thoughts, and etc. The government of India provides startup schemes and other financial assistance schemes to encourage the entrepreneurs and beginners, but only 6 students are aware about it. 39 students do not know about their right while they consuming while they consuming. Am I clear? Hello, am I clear? Hello.
Yes, Mohsin, Mohammed.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, yeah, it is audible. Go
Yeah,
on with it.
20. So I want to put forward 5 various methods for the creations. The first step is we want to provide unmade toys. This method can mostly applicable to those are between 12 and 15, between the 12 and 15 ages. Currently, rampant firms are constructing toys are existing around the district, so it is easy to buy and sell. More of the individual invest money in those firms for their children. It is neither create the entrepreneurial mindset, no build up the any entrepreneurial mindset in our students. But while we provide the unconstructed toys, buy and detail chart, it will create an entrepreneurial mindset by thinking and risk manage. As far as they will be understand constructional method, so they can understand while they being unconstructed toys, how to create it, how can we create with easiest way. They're thinking. So as like it will be escalate their in thinking powers and like all matters. And second one is the subject leaders. The subject leaders is our honorable leadership leadership quality for management. It is a diplomatic and esteemed power. According to the alleged data, most of the students who did not get chances presently, the more of the school follow up the annual or quarterly leader selection method. The management also to ensure the opportunity of the class leader to majority students of their classes. It can ensure by selecting 8 students for each subject as a leader. It would be create more opportunities to students to be experience the leadership quality and the leadership designation. The third step is the school assignment. The school teachers are mandated the students to complete their assignment, and also they assess to the remark as in their remark. According to the above data, 79.3% students are done assignment in the syllabus-based topic. It means the students are committing. The 79.3 percentage of students are committing in double value because they are already understood and I learned what is in syllabus. Then also they are working for assignment. That is a double added value. The assignment are not the way of assessment, but the annual to the annual exam. But the annual exam is the object of to assess their syllabus. The educational systems must ought to applicate the assignment from out of syllabus. It will provide with the research mindset, capability to find out the solutions and create an abundance of various thoughts and create the ideas among the students. And fourth one, this summer project. The each time of students is a valuable and precious to him an economy. They have been gone a consistent 60 days as a vacation in annually the government set up an incentive and amicable innovation to create an entrepreneurial skill and create more innovation through government local units like villages, wards, panchayats, municipalities by receiving a particular vacancies to vacancy. It will be absolutely hard to the experience empirically on processing system and understand how to manage and take the decision. The last step I want to forward to implementation for the entrepreneurship among the multiple justice students is we want to provide a new subject. A student is learn social science backs and also the science subject like chemistry, physics. I like that. So then the students did not know what is the law of market, what is the law of buyer, what is the law of sellers. So most of students sellings are buy which is harmful and banned product because they did not study what is to what we what are the two what is the what are allowed to buy and sell. So we want to must to give a new subject under the title of the basic economics, which is include the basic law of market of the law of right of buyers and sellers. So government must be provide this like new subject to resist these all harmful situations. So conclusion at last, entrepreneurial minds is a key factor of an economy. The toll of unemployment discloses the demand of the entrepreneurial mindset. It can build up a rampant opportunity than job seekers. In pressure, this paper reading the light of education system for creation entrepreneurial mindset. The youth is very valuable resource of the economy. Most regional research are needed on the creation on needed on the topic for research on
Okay.
the topic on the creation of entrepreneurial mindset among the youth. So I conclude. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Muhammad Hussain. So I think we have come to the end of a very exhausting exhaustive list of presentations at the moment. 5 presenters during this short span of time. Due to the time question, we I think we are not the organizers won't allow us any more time for proceeding. But thank you each of my speakers for presenting your views and based on studies and reviews. And I also thank the organizers for my own department for inviting me there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now I invite Ashna Sudhir, first MA Economics, University of Kerala, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Swati. It's such an honor for me to get an opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks on this occasion. I extend a very hearty thanks to all speakers for gracing your important work and sharing with us your findings and opinions. First of all, let me thank Dr. Anubama Augustine, Research Associate, CPH, University of Kerala, and Dr. Manju S. Nair, Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for your valuable presentation on ensuring equitable healthcare services to tribal population, role of non-government organization. Thank you. I take immense pleasure to extend my sincere thanks to Sharanya S., Research Scholar, PG, and Research Department of Economics, SN College, Vakala, and Dr. Vinod C. Sugadan, Associate Professor, PG, and Research Department of Economics, SN College, Vakala, and their presentation on role of complementary and alternative medical case study based on Ayush. Thank you. Next, let me thank Mahin Kanwam, Research Scholar, Department of Economics, and Dr. Christabel, PG, Associate Professor, University of Kerala. They have put immense effort on their paper, is Social Economy, a review of literature. Thank you once again. I would like to thank Ria Shibu, Second MA Economics, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for giving an excellent presentation on solidarity economics health sector experience from India. And also thank to Mohammed Hassan G, BA Economics, Calicut University, to an excellent presentation for study on creation of entrepreneurial mindset among youth of Malappuram district through educational system in 2020. Thank you. I also wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Govind S.K., Chairperson, Department of Economics, Government College of Women, Vardakar, and also Dr. Christabel PG, Organizing Secretary of International Conference, and all others for their endless support and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. With this, we wind up the session. Thank you all.